Let me delete some stuff. What can I delete? Nothing much. Steam can get out of here. Huh, they changed the UI again. Well, again, first time, but people gonna start talking to me in this one? I can't remember. It's like a Maple Story concert thingy that has people talking to you and the thing in the middle, but hope it's not this one. Okay. Huh. Alright, it's kind of annoying. They move all the information that I usually have on screen somewhere else. So now I cannot see hello Raz. You're early today. I hope that means that you've been feeling better and your schedule is loosening up. Because it sounds like you were getting swamped by a lot of things. Oh man, this stupid YouTube thingy. Why did they... Oh my god, they keep changing things that doesn't need to be changed. How do I move this thing? Can I move this thing somewhere else? I cannot. So I either get to see from the analytics page the concurrent viewers, which is always out of date, or I see it from the other one. On different pages, I guess. I see. I see. Well, all the best for your finals. Is it your finals, or is it gonna be more finals after this finals? I don't know which one's better, honestly. Because if you're staying in school, it's nice, right? You're still in school. Although school always feels like there's less time because there's work that you have to bring home. Midterms is marker? Ah, I see. I see. Hello, Toad Square. Yes, welcome. Welcome to, I don't know what this is. I'm trying to plan out the reference sheets that I want to have. So remember this nonsensical mind map that I did for stuff I want to draw. I am going through it and I'm putting it into a list on the off-screen document here, and then I'm putting it back in on handwritten onto the specific pages, so that I can keep a track of like how many pages I want to have. I think it's a little bit excessive with the number of references I want to have. And the original idea is to blaze through this, right? So that the reference itself is set and everything is set and it's ready to go and stuff like that. But it's not looking very likely. It also depends on how much we want to reference. How much we want to render each one. So I don't think it's possible. Stuff like this is a little bit excessive, for sure. Yeah, I should take a chill pill and try to process things a little bit slower. Anyway, I don't know what I want to do. Let me just finish writing some of the stuff here. I'm almost done with putting. Oh my god, I clicked on the very bad button. Don't do that. The big bad button is the Chrome button, by the way. I started Chrome by accident and it's gonna crash me if I let it load. I have to stop it ASAP. That's all good. So the tail, those things. Nice. No, that's all good. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind people drawing the characters differently. I mean, like, how do I say this? I don't mind. 100% I do not mind. But I guess like if you draw it differently, it's just different. I guess not necessarily that accurate to the character, but like I don't necessarily care. It's not like yeah, this is the reference sheet planning. So the idea is that every single one of these needs to be, well, the original idea, by the way. Every single one of these will be fleshed out. And then all of these together will serve as her reference sheet. So instead of one reference sheet, we have a series of a series of sketches that would demonstrate her personality, her physical features, and so on and so forth across everything that we need to present. And at this point, it's still just a single snapshot of the character in the timeline here. There's a lot of other stuff that will probably not be included because it's kind of crazy. At that point, we're just drawing the manga already at that point. So yeah, those are all sketches. Those are like kind of like not very complete sketches. Some of them are duplicated. I don't know what I want to do with them, but they're just stuff that I had of her. At least the stuff that I can present. There's some slightly lewd ones, I guess. I think I gave her 4 toes back then, but anyways. Face angles, and then I'm still trying to condense these things down. Like some of these, like if you're just showing like personality, different facial expressions, I can have that together with the angles, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish writing this, and then I'll probably go back to rendering or something, because it's a lot of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, but it's about the same, right? Oh, right. So, one, that's checked. This is checked. Hit things. Yeah, function. Some of these things are gonna be split. I think that's fine. Squishy, but things, hit things. Hello, Kirio. I'm glad I got that right. My windows are just basically blocking everyone's names. All I saw was EN4526. Connections, details, body details, notes. I need a second page of this actually. Holy shit, I don't have enough space here. Did I draw this on the... Oh my god, I wrote it on the wrong thing, didn't I? I think that's about it, though, I think. Oh, not yet. Never mind. I thought I can plan this out a bit more, but I think it's kind of hard. Like a lot of these, I want to try different angles, slightly different, more unique, yeah, more unique angles basically, because they need to tell a story, right? It's a little bit similar to drawing a manga to some sense, in some way. So it's not gonna be that easy. So a lot of this probably won't be doable. Hello, Duvet. So what is the core that I need to get out here then? The core will be all the base stuff. Okay, yes, and this is the entire page then. Never mind. But then again, anyways, thank you, Tuve. 5.5 million followers. Look at that. Oh, I'm following them. Let's check. Let me send it to Tuve's dailies. Oh, George. Oh, did they send me a new email? Let me take a look too. Sorry, 1 second here. Did they send me a new email? Oh, okay. Sorry, George, are you here? If you're not here, actually, I'm just gonna send you a DM then. Yeah, it's more, it's the email from the artist. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, here. But the email from the artist basically just says that, I was just trying to clarify if the time zone that they set was the Japanese time zone. And I also send them my Discord ID and stuff so that they can be sure that they're adding the correct person. But I've already said hi to our artist here already, so everything is all good. We've already greeted each other. The initial message is still just as formal as the emails, unfortunately. But yeah, things are moving. So after this weekend, next Monday, you guys will get the update. In terms of when it's actually going to happen. The weekend one is just like a really quick check-in. Why am I... What was that? Why is it so laggy? It took so long for the message to clean up. Oh yeah, actually I need to remember to do that too. Let me just remove all of them. Anyways, Dubai's dailies. The DD. This is a good place to be. I wanna be here. Quick lines. This is just a mastery on their part because it's very smooth and very quick, I think. But it's just very clean because of the experience that they have. And then like not too serious kind of level of shading, just very simple stuff. I think this is the stuff we need to have if I ever want to trend out this many things here. So what? Did I not hit it? Yeah, this is like the thing I was talking about yesterday, right? I think whether if I want to do like slightly less human feet. But I don't really like the claw, like the nails like that though. Maybe we can still find something at sometime. Alright, what about the shading here? It's just enough to show form, right? And just a little bit more to break it up. But then the lines and everything, not necessarily, yeah, nothing too crazy on the lines. It's just like a perfect reference, I think. Is this still blurry? Oh my god. Wait, how big is the image? It's not that big. That means my network is absolutely dog shit today. Is it lagging? Maybe it'd be value separation. Six nine nine. What a size! Oh, I didn't even catch that. That was so quick too. I'm trying to work through the logic of the hair here because like the style is very simple but very effective, and it still shows all the layering. Because I'm imagining if you start off with the line art and I put in the base color, it's gonna be flat. Then what would I do, right? I don't know what to do from there on. And then they add the values to kind of separate out the layers, I guess. Rather than really trying to figure out the lighting and stuff, this is mostly just there to separate out the layers. Like all of these, like doesn't... I mean, the lighting is coming from the top. I still don't really know what's happening. I guess it's just all shadows, but you made it more saturated. Right, right. Yeah, this is a very clutch recommendation, Duve, yet again. I think this is a great reference for the current thing that we're doing. A good level of finish. Yeah, I know, right? It's like artistic liberty, or is it part of the design? It seems to follow the shadow shapes though. I have it open here. Seems to just be within the boundaries of the shadow. There's a lot of noise to break up that sort of artificial feeling of digital canvas, the smooth feeling. Some subtle colors in the shadows. Is there always color in the shadows? But it's definitely not as dark as like the real life, like the halfway to black thing, right? It's just other than this one really wants to pop up the blue. These guys don't really have any shadows except for here. Also purple again. Something saturated yet again. My god, the loading. Yeah, what is the simplest stuff that they have? Something like this? I've never seen Twitter this slow before. Yeah, I didn't even really notice, I think. I'm looking at all the shadows and it feels like it's like a very manga kind of technique or something. Oh, this must be what I've seen in the past. I think this was the one I saw in the past. Simple, effective, everything is So I guess rather than trying to add a lot of colors and stuff to all the shadows and to bring up visual interest, it's a lot more like forms. Like all the grass, sorry, grass, strawberry, strawberry, textures and stuff. But we're not going crazy with the colors necessarily. Well, not here, I suppose. The other ones kind of had a lot more colors. It's still mostly flat. Oh. Yeah, even for this, it's a lot flatter. Like, there's not that many shadow shapes here. I don't know, like, yeah, the one with the maid and the cat, right? Simple but effective. Yeah, the shapes are always very clean and very deliberate, very intentional. None of that like marker overlapping kind of noisy kind of vibe. If it's noisy, it's very intentional. It's the form, it's the texture. It's more details. It's very visually appealing. It's a lot of stuff that you can lock your eyes onto. But yet at the same time, it's not like going crazy with like all the colors and stuff that we see some of the other artists do. Which I still, to this day, I still don't know how they do it. I can only imagine it's just experience of trying a bunch of random stuff. But this one makes a lot more logical sense. I think this feels a lot easier to be able to try to replicate, rather. I don't have to turn this white wall into like different shades of pink and blue, like, for example. If it's a white wall, it's a white wall. Otherwise, like, yeah, there's always a reason to give it more detail. It's, it's very logically agreeable, very, very logical. And this is what I need, I guess. Like, all the clothing is like so simple. And then everything else. Anyways. Maybe I'll keep this for reference, actually. Yes, thank you, Duvet. Actually, I'm gonna keep this on screen for a bit, and I'm gonna go to the... Just go to the toilet right now. Something. What am I gonna do today? Eat. Just gonna lock this for now. Who gets snipped for now? Ah, yes, I forgot to do something. Wait, I have to. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I lied, it was more like 10 seconds. I need the rest of the 20. Let's quickly wipe down my tablet. Okay. Yeah, there are scratches on my tablet, huh? I feel like there's more and more scratches now. I don't remember there being this many scratches. Uh-oh. Connection pausing. Hello, Maxi. still don't know. What? Oh. Yeah, I read a little bit of the chat, I think. That's great. I mean, you guys are having fun. Even my my VR chat friends were talking about it. Hello, Circle. That'd be a little bit too big. Maybe not, maybe not. Yeah, whatever. That's all good. You know, there's nothing to chat about. That's completely fine. Nice to see that you guys are enjoying the VC. Even though I'm basically kind of dead in my own server. Well, not kinda. I'm very dead. But you guys are still making connections, getting things done. Hello, the virus. Oh, man. Yes, that's great. Great to hear. I'm not sure what is so enjoyable. Exactly. But it's nice to know. I mean, this is why I feel like everyone should just kind of, if you have something you like doing, like art, for example, like us, right? And you don't mind doing it every day at the same time, you want to practice anyways, you might as well stream, like, because I feel like it doesn't matter if your personality is not that interesting, it doesn't matter if you don't have anything interesting to talk about. If you just try to talk to people when people come in, otherwise you just work on your own thing, eventually I guess the people that do enjoy your content for whatever reason would just join you. It doesn't have to be that serious, I guess, necessarily. Educational, if you say so. I would classify my own content as just yapping about stuff. I cannot imagine the physics here. I also don't know if I care right now. I'll just do one size check and I want to move on. Oh wait, where's my... Oh, I at least should make the reference for myself. This will do for me. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool to hear. Do you remember which ones, Circle? Just for reference. Her tail is actually bigger than her entire torso. Holy shit. Like just the tail fins. Oh my god. Okay, but I mean this is the old proportion. It's a little bit more... A little bit shorter. A little bit more compact. Oof. But so I guess it's about the right size. These guys could be bigger. This is too thick. I don't know what, let me look that up, Curio. What is this? Oh. Species of shark. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really base her design off of any shark in particular. I just kind of YOLO'd the design. Now that you mention it, yeah, the fin layout is very similar, right? 2 in the front, 1 in the back, 2 on the side, then 1 on the top, then 2 on the side again, then the tail. That is long. Oh no, circle. You don't have to go around searching. I was just wondering if you remember it off the top of your head. It's all good, it's all good. Oh right, perspective. I think it'll be a little bit more. Aika. Thereabouts, thereabouts. I don't necessarily like the shape that much though, but actually, wait a second. Oh, look, it's the Rizman. It's the Rizman himself. Welcome. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Wouldn't the tail just go down if she's sitting on the thing? Huh. Wouldn't this make more sense than whatever the hell this is? Whoa. Is it happening again? Nah, nothing special. I think the tail should just go down and be done with. Not even curved that way. Maybe just kind of go this way. Right, yeah. It's a double-edged sword. It's a good thing, like, we can't visualize, so we don't know for sure. But it's also, like, the viewers also won't know for sure. And we get to draw less. I should have, you know, like, again, the second question, right? First question being why you do art. Second question, why you drawing this? Honestly, I should have just cut this shot a long time ago. But now that I've gotten here, it's kind of too committed because I just wanted this, right? Yeah. And then we're trying to sort this out. So even if I'm trying to sort it out, I should have made the call and just like be like, it's like, don't care about the fin shape, just go, dude. Just go, dude. It's not like I actually like what I end up with here either, so. I just want more curves. Like nice juicy curves, like on this part. The part that is supposed to be curved out. And also the bottom of each fin is going to kind of like also have that sort of curve there. I don't really know what it's supposed to look like, what I want it to look like rather. Yeah, maybe something like this. There's like a bit of a pouch here. Yeah, it's like either just don't draw the tail, or if you're gonna do it, you better do it right. Because I need to keep the vibes consistent here, so people don't get the wrong idea, right? If you look at the author of the guy who designed the character and they draw like the thing differently each time, it's gonna be like, yeah, so which is it? You know, like, what am I supposed to do here? So from the crotch, I'm gonna connect, and then the center line is gonna be like that. Just you don't really know how this other leg is spawning here. Because I didn't plot the anatomy here properly. So I guess it's just coming this way. I feel like this should be shifted a little bit out, maybe. This part here. So the tail will probably go with this instead. Because it makes more sense as shitting. She is sitting. Oh my god. Holy shit. Do not abbreviate those two words like that. She's sitting on a chair. Give this one leg at least a little bit more space here. Okay, get this fixed. That's important. This is important at this point. Do it here. Push it up. 16. Base. 5 check. EBL R. This is just a template. Okay, cool. 12. I need this to be a little bit flatter if I want to portray the idea here. I sure hope next year we get to touch Blender. I think at some point next year I'm going to feel the same pressure I felt this year when I was, well, quote-unquote wasting my time with Live 2D. If next year I get to a stage where I'm like, ah shit, you know, the year is coming to a close and I still haven't really touched 3D, I'm probably gonna get into the same frenzy. And then just get really desperate and start pushing it out. Cutting everything out. PSG would have been a bit higher. Or maybe I don't do this and I just make it smooth actually. Conquering this. I see something. Maybe not. Yeah, we're pushing in. Oh, okay. Let's go. Nice, nice, nice. Sandwich. Actually, the second might actually be visible. But whatever. Let's not do that. Right. If I'm rendering this, the hair needs to come down now. Oh my god, dude. That's why you don't do this. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Isn't it longer than this actually, her hair? You're sitting down, right? The legs fold up at that point. We're talking about, yeah, it's gonna. Wouldn't it touch the floor? Wait. So it goes up to her knees, right? But she's sitting down. That means her knees are at the crotch level. Basically, it's as though her thighs are replaced by the calves. So if we're talking about the ending point, we're basically shifting it all the way. It's gonna be at the ankles then. Lower accurate hair length. Oh, but then again, this body is also shorter. So actually this is the right length already. Because I keep forgetting the original reference isn't quite the right proportion. It should be fine if we just stop here. Just that the volume isn't quite right. I imagine it's a little bit more bundle up, so it's a bit rounder, but I don't know how to represent that in the lines here. It would just have to be done during rendering, I suppose. Yeah, and if it's over here, I should technically interact with the tail. I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna cut it shorter then. You know, it's not a head length. It always has to be the same too, right? I'm a genius. Yes, baking. I have a friend who wanted to do art. He ended up being a baker because he gave up art. I think he still dabbles once in a while. But now anytime someone mentions baking, I just remember. Oh yeah, like we lost someone on the way. They're a baker now. Yeah, it makes you question, right? Once you start doing it, it makes you question why you're doing it, and then if you find a good reason, then it will never leave you for any reason after that. Wait, what is this junk? Oh, stupid randomizer. Ah, そうだけどね。Wait. Yes, cut there, here. I don't think you will. I think if you don't want to, it's not gonna happen. I always thought I also sort of lose the inspirations that I used to have for art. And I guess to some extent, some of it is definitely lost to time, for sure. But then, I still get my crazy dreams. I still get some ideas here and there. I think this part might look bad. Good thing it's not a focal point. Alright, gooey enough. Okay, 8 check. I need R's now. R said check. R. No. C. Base. Didn't I make this before? No, I did not. Oh. Yeah, Kirio. Makes sense, I think. Kinda is the case already, I think. Select magic tool, refer to all layers, click. Did it select everything? Oh my god, okay. Didn't it say refer to all layers? How come it selects everything? How is it bleeding into the... I thought I sealed up all the lines here. What? What is this happening? Tolerance? Tolerance is too high. No? Huh? How about this? Refer to editing layer only. Okay, at least this works. Meow 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 meow. Let's try this for size here. This one. It should be all. Let's invert. Yeah, the hair here is a bit jank, for sure. Tail is a bit smaller than I would like, but it is fine, I suppose. That's what happens when you keep creeping it up. All of this should have been planned in the original sketch. If not, it's not gonna work. Okay. I need to grab her colors. Ironic that I don't have a set of sheets ready for her myself here. Tail's cut off. Never mind, I'll take this. Oh no, I need the... Oh yeah, let me grab this. Fine. Oh yeah, you're right. Right here. Oh Mao. Thanks, Dosquake. Oh well. Oh what? Huh, kind of janky, huh? So it worked a lot better than I had hoped already, though. Right, there's no hair there because it's being pulled back, and there's a gap here. That's cool. Given the setup, I'm gonna use the base layer for hair then. I'm gonna bleed the... Should I bleed the skin? No, I should bleed the... I should bleed the darker parts here. Yeah, don't worry. It should be fine, I think. I hope. Oh, right. Skin is no bleed, right? Everybody else bleed? Oh, well, technically depends on the order. Oh, my God. It's just freaking junk on the layers thing. Here is the back layer. Do not touch. Balance is different. Layers is also not necessarily logical. Oh shit. Should I shift the pins? I might have to shift the hair out actually. Block half the eye, which doesn't really make sense to me. No, her body color is definitely gonna be that. Like as in normal. The normal human skin tone. It's just whether if her hands are gonna be that dark or not. Okay, level 1. Check. Secondary is the bleed, so this is the dark. Cool. Lines are kind of thick. Empty space, that's fine. Since it's on its own layer here, I think it should be fine. So I take this out. Oh, it's not there. Okay, I just push this one. Main is locked. Continue. Oh, interesting. That means the jacket is pushed even lower in the layer. J. Oh. Let's just do this first. Wait a second. It is lead here. Oh, right. I forgot about this. Oh, why is this in? Okay, I was wondering why it was so light. This is the rough. It was inside for some reason. Oh my god. Yeah, this jacket, the color is gonna be a problem for a bit as I get used to it. Yeah, her personality is gonna... Well, I don't remember what Shana was like anymore. It's been a while, but just white for now. It's kind of heavy. Yeah, I don't remember what Shana was like. I know she was Sun as well, but at least for Faye, her original inspiration was what's her name? Kagami from Lucky Star. Oh, hello G-Talk. But I think for her, given the background and stuff, it's gonna be a little bit different. I think for the most part, so because we are drawing from our perspective, it will always be this more sort of more pure tsundere kind of point of view. But then if you're viewing her from someone in the story, for example, in the world itself, it would be she'll be a lot colder than what you're probably imagining. Okay, we need to fix the color balance here. So now the problem is yeah, I don't know if she fits the Kudere archetype necessarily. She would just be very cold and don't want to talk to you kind of cold. Not like the Kudere, like I don't really care kind of cold, but like I actually actively do not want to see your face and please get out of my face without the please. I never watched Elfen Lied. I remember seeing the opening or something, and then I'm like, okay, and I stopped watching it. This pink is very strong currently for my taste. It's a bit more mellowed out now. It was very strong. But right now, yeah, right now it's kind of okay, I suppose. I want to make the sock also slightly pink, but I think it's gonna be done in the other way, where we use patterns instead of actually making the white part pink. If that can be like, I don't know, like we were drawing hearts before, but I don't like hearts. Like heart patterns. It's too noisy, it feels like. I don't know. Oh shit, whoops. Alright, I forgot I can't do that. We can maybe... Would stripes work? Yeah, I probably need to change the music. Even for Maple Story, this is a little bit insane. I don't like battle music, I've mentioned before, right? But Maple Story gets a free pass because I've been listening to it for so long. Oh, actually, it's gonna end in like 5 minutes. Come on. Maybe I'll go with striped or something. I'll go with the fanboy socks. And then everyone's gonna start wondering if she's a fanboy. Let's look for... Let's see... Hi. Striped socks. Stocking socks. I don't know what the difference is. So this is the part of the process. Like in the beginning, this is gonna be super slow because I need to figure out exactly what I want to go for. That's why we kind of have to draw her a lot, and then all these different angles, different color combinations and stuff. We give it a try, see in the end like what is it that we really like. I guess we got different types. But what other designs are there? Oh, let me try cute. Let me add the word cute. Oh, dude, what do I get? Oh my god, people clapping my ears. Get out of here, bro. Oh my god. Ah, thank you, Genshin, for whatever this is. Music, good music. So yeah, interesting. My tablet is constantly flashing me again today. I guess it's one of those days where the connection is bad here. Yeah, Stripe might be too noisy. Stripe will probably have his debut at some point in time, but probably not this time. Yeah, something like this with like a bear. Anyways, we got plenty of time to give her different types of socks anyways. Or you just need something that kind of works today. I don't want it to be pure white here, so maybe I'll just give it like 3 stripes like the ones that we saw. And we can leave the rest for some other time. Fishnet, oh my god, fishnet. Fishnet would drive me insane. Because I would want to get all the curvature correct and stuff. It's gonna take forever. Fishnet technically wouldn't fit her, you know, nothing against trying, but it wouldn't fit her overall design sort of vibe, I think. Just in general speaking. Okay, so let me bring up my color sequence here. I want to bring up the ones I did before for this tree, yeah, these 3 of them. This captures the kind of vibe of the colors that I want to try for. Looking at this now, I feel like the hair for the brown hair is a little bit too dark, maybe. But this is maybe kind of the color sequence I want to try. Oh, the blue and purple looks so good with the shadow in it. Anyways, let's bring this up. Probably not the best brush to use for this, honestly. Oops, where's my pen? Locked it? What's that looking at? Evenly spaced, huh? Wait, how about... So... yeah. That'll drive me insane. What? Right, no, wait, it doesn't work because this is foreshortened. Ah. Alright, no 3 stripes then. Can I just do like a big one and a small one and call it a day? We do like a big one up top. Make a smaller one here. Something's up with the perspective because I didn't plot this correctly. If it's just like the legs by themselves, it would have been completely fine. But then now that there's some kind of pattern in here, it's gonna be so obvious that the perspective is not done rigorously. Very sad. Theoretically, I just make this thinner, right? Yeah. Maybe, okay, maybe the pattern can come in later. I definitely do not just want plain, I think. I'm learning more things as we go along here, but yeah, let's just... kind of work with this for now. Let's get the colors in there first. Let's try some shadow colors. Need enough contrast here. Never decided where the light is coming from. Let's just make it up down or something. So these guys can be normal. Maybe not even. Do I want to though? Natural sequence or what? But then if that's the case, this gets pushed down then. Yeah, we can still adjust it. I just need enough area here so that whenever I change the colors, it's a little bit more obvious, like what's happening here. I still don't know where I'm going with this just yet. Because this push... This one was nice because everything is kind of in the warm color. And then like, you can push it to blue and then it sets up a nice thingy. But now we're kind of on the blue side already. So it's kind of like this blue shirt, I guess. We can make the hair itself a little bit more vibrant to set it apart from the... Oh, is the hair already max sat? It is already max saturation. Wow. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. I think it probably looks a lot better to you guys than it looks to me. Because the cell shading stuff, it's not like I am doing it with confidence. I'm just kind of doing it. And then whatever that comes out, I don't necessarily feel like it's the best thing ever. I don't even feel like it's necessarily that great. Like, just kind of average. It's not even good. It's just like, I've kind of learned to accept that, hey, this is kind of my level right now. Don't make it harder than it needs to be because you cannot do any better at this point. So just shut up and keep going. It's kind of my mentality right now. I have no idea how to make this better. And also like the shadow, the sort of lighting setup and the shapes that I'm using is all very... It's the same as the ref. Right, it's always going to be the same thing. I get the feeling it's always going to tend to be the same thing. And I think in the beginning that's okay. The bigger problem now is definitely just getting into this rhythm of painting and adding colors. That is definitely the biggest issue right now. So whatever it takes to sort of get into that flow of just churning things out, then we can try to, once we get to that stable level, get to a stabilized sort of position with that, then I can try and make it a little bit more fancier, whatever that means for me. So I do it like slowly, step by step here, I guess. We're kind of like the beginning of the stream. like when I first started streaming, the first 2 months was really just setting up the habit. And then afterwards we can talk about doing fancier stuff. And the roadmap and all that. But in the beginning, yes, a lot of it is just setting up habits. Not that strong, right? I also don't really know, honestly. Given that it's a hard brush at this point, it's kind of hard to showcase that anyways, the softness. So it is what it is for now. Is the belly button too low then? No, but that means the ribcage is kind of here, right? So it's kind of here is where we're setting this up to be. Yeah, sorry, my stupid square brush. I just like it out of principle because I made it. It literally is just a square with anti-aliasing turned off. That's it. It's kind of a pain in the ass to work with this. Honestly, because like it doesn't draw the same thing every direction, right? So it's actually kind of a downgrade in some sense. I just use it just because. Yeah, the original setup was something like this. Okay. And might need some hard requirements actually. For future ones, for future stuff that we ever gonna draw for this character. For anything actually, honestly. Because I still been failing at the same spot over and over. So this harkens a little bit back to the roadmap, right? The original roadmap. The way it was created is because I keep failing at the same spots. And let's see. So if it's anatomy... Okay, let's just make sure that we have a good set of references next time before we start, because ref requirements. I want construction for the thing. And then bonus if there's some kind of muscle interaction or something that we can find. Like the thighs squishing together, right? Like how is the muscles gonna, the meat here is, how is it gonna change? Fabric, I do definitely need pose with the correct lighting, I think, ideally. Technically, with the form and understanding of how to render is already enough, but at this stage, not enough experience. I think... What was the last thing? This is like definitely tummy at least. We'll tackle tummy first. I think all the other parts we just keep it as like cylinders and whatnot. Like knees, I'm not gonna really care, right? But this part, we're gonna target this part first. Anime face is always just gonna be anime face. Right, hair. Hair, I kind of want references, but at the same time, I think we've been here way too many times and I just keep getting stuck. I think at this point, hair is actually YOLO. Because looking at this one, it wasn't necessarily that bad. So I want to YOLO and lock in first. Oh, yes, good night, Curio. Have a good night, Curio. We lock in what we have and then we try to work from there. Like originally, it was also just kind of whatever my hand draws, but I hated what my hand draws. But then nowadays, if I pull the lines really, really, really long, then it becomes a little bit more acceptable. I just didn't really like the stumpy, sort of shorter, fatter shapes that I used to have. So I think the ordering would probably be like this. Watch me not understand what I wrote, what I write today, what I have written today. The next time I come back to this. But just focus on this. This is an absolute must. Actually, that's why this jacket is so good. Because she's basically... Well, she's basically naked. But then it's perfect for practicing tummy. Because then nothing is ever gonna block it. As long as we don't... Yeah, so character... we can stay true to the character. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I am just kind of following what I have here, but I don't necessarily know if I want this. Especially that line at the top here. This connection at the top here seems a little weird. Because this part is in the light. This part is in the light. Would that... Oh. This line wouldn't be that strong, I don't think. Yeah, we will probably have to do something about that at some point in time. I mean, the idea was that she will wear whatever she wants. We want her to wear on the inside here. Inside the jacket, I mean. Just that this angle is convenient. I don't have to worry about too many new additional clothing and stuff that I have to figure out. Yeah, I should have swapped the ordering. Yeah. Yeah, probably no band-aid. I just think it's uncomfortable. Maybe we can do that for the tail or something, I don't know. No, I don't think I don't have any issues with the band-aid idea. Just that for her specifically, I think it's more of a comfy vibe. And anything that sticks to the skin just feels very uncomfortable, I think. It just looks uncomfortable. But the idea itself, I think, is fine. Yeah, we do need references there. Anyways, we should... I'm getting sidetracked. We need to lock colors. Not this thing at this moment. Target? Let's just keep it chill. Wait, didn't I push it the other way, actually? What? What is this? Come on. Am I painting? What was happening? What did I pick? Oh, that means it's the shadow still. Huh. Okay then. Uh-huh. Learning is so fun. Oh man. What a positive attitude. Very, very strong. Where is light coming from? But this suggests cast shadow. That means I do have to cast it on here then, to some extent? Yeah, I do have to fix this other thing later. Probably not on the top. Oof. Stun it. Maybe this way? It's a round cylinder that I want, so it's kind of like that. Right. And then I work on this. I don't really like it. I don't know what's wrong yet. I'll just leave it for now. The clothing. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Alright, this is pink, right? We shift purple then. Just be aggressive with this. Too aggressive, maybe? Yeah, if it goes purple, it merges with the hair. Technically, it should stay on that side of the wheel. But it's kind of ugly on this color. I don't know. I'm looking at these three shapes here, and they look way too balanced. And then I remembered that I think like earlier this week, or was it last week, Uni was saying that we should plan the lighting together across everything at one go, so that it's a little bit more cohesive. I think that one was the brightness grouping. And then the other thing was the grouping of the shapes just in general. I think if we look at all the shapes in the light, it doesn't feel too fragmented at this point, so I think it's probably okay. But if we did like you know, like people who draw in black and white and then they add color to everything. If we did it that way, it would be a lot more cohesive, I imagine. But this is kind of okay too, so I guess I don't really care at this point. The brightness balancing thing we probably want to try and do. But then that's probably... I think the idea would be to just use more airbrushes later or something. Block in some shapes and then work from there. Yeah, I don't want to work in that like in its original way, right? Because in the original way, you would do black and white, you would do layers on top to put the respective colors that needs to be on each part, so on and so forth. But you keep all the lighting and stuff, I guess, on the same layer. For us, I would just use that for planning, and then I would still do the same thing that I'm doing now. Where I'll put in everything manually on each of its own individual layers and stuff. Didn't I have one? I guess not. Yeah, we didn't have one. I think for this character, the target is just one light source. Yeah, one light source, and then if we really want, then maybe like the darker shadow will get one more. Yeah, I actually have no idea. Actually, I don't even know if I'm doing cell shading, because this is just the initial planning. Once the colors go in, I might start painting. I just want the stuff to be in the right spots in like a quick and precise way. That's why I'm using this this lasso tool here. But I think we might want to paint at some point. And then once that starts to happen, I think there'll be a lot of shades of everything all of a sudden. Oh, what am I doing, Wealthy? I'm not supposed to be guessing, but I'm kind of guessing today. But the shapes are also kind of agreeable, so I'm also not too particular about it. I'm just trying to get a feel for the balance here. Plus the light is from the top. I guess the top part should just be kept cleaner then. Yeah, I don't want this. It splits it too evenly. I don't want something thin that's too thin. So I just end it here. So what? Like this is kind of doing that. Kind of good enough as well. It still feels very even though, some of these things. Anyway, so we can play around with it later. I just need to figure out the colors. Again. Getting distracted. Let's use the socks as the anchor here. Oh yeah, it's very colorful, huh? What does it even look like? Planning a little bit better later. I'm gonna go shopping for some for some mood, I guess. Um, where's my let's see. Shopping. These are probably not very adequate. This might be kind of too faded, kind of hard to read. I might have to push out only one color, right? Is that how it will have to work? I still don't know what the best way to approach this is. Because I can just try a bunch of stuff. Right, we draw her a bunch, right? We keep the base colors, the characters, and the lighting the same. We draw her a bunch, and then different clothing, maybe try different colors. And then as we draw them, we keep track of all these pieces that we have drawn. We maybe just keep them in the PRF board. And then over time, it will be kind of obvious, right? Because I will look back and I'll be like, oh yeah, I like this one, I didn't like this one, I like this one, I didn't like this one. And then from there, I can sort of sieve out what is it that I like. And then from there, I can, you know, work off of that. We get the base set of colors and the base set of shadow. Like the base sort of minimum under white light. What kind of combination of colors do I like? Or we can try and take from, but yeah, it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. Whether if I reference someone else's colors or not, I still have to iterate a bunch, I think. So there's no difference in that regard. So if we try like a plain light now, maybe we can try different clothing by plain light. Plain lighting as in like just white light. Single light source. And then maybe sometime we can try like some other kind of light source, right? Maybe like a kind of like a colder kind of vibe here like this. And then I guess, yeah. So the important thing here, I guess, isn't necessarily what comes out the other end, but it's important that we make a conscious choice of what comes out the other end. So I definitely cannot be picking colors. I can be inspired, but I need to look at my own canvas and just figure out what is it that I want. And then that will be that. We just keep trying and iterating. And then at some point, I'll get something out of it. I think is how it's gonna work. Because thinking back to all the sketches as well, like the kind of proportion, the kind of length, the kind of curves and everything that I like only came about this because we just bumped around a bunch, and then at some point I remembered the stuff that I did before, and I remembered the stuff that I don't like and like. And I guess that's kind of how it worked and how it's going to work. Like over here at this point, just in the beginning of the process, I guess I wouldn't necessarily think too much about theory and so on and so forth. I should just look at this as a whole and be like, hey, do I like the colors or not? And if so, why? So the problem now comes down to I just don't really have a strong opinion one way or another. Then I guess that means that I shouldn't get myself stuck. I should just move on. If there's no strong opinion, it means it's fine. It means just move on. Get this done. Figure out what the next one is. And then iterate. I guess. That's what it would have to be. That means there's a good chance in the beginning some of the stuff would get thrown out because depending on the process, right? If we're gonna paint, the layers are gonna mix, the paints are gonna mix. Every layer is not gonna be that clean anymore and separated. And if the outcome at some point in the process realize that this isn't what we want, that means I cannot use it. I mean, unless we restart, that's also an option. But... I kind of forgot about the hair clip here. I may or may not regret having something this contrasty on the right here, though. Also, we do have to be aware of the lines themselves as well, I think. Yeah, it's too important to not care about it right now too. This needs to be put in. Also, I should probably color the eyes and stuff. Yeah, like once the main set of colors go into, like the main set of lines get their colors, it changes the thing a lot. Like we can push this purple. And then keep some of the skin a little bit warmer maybe. Like, I want her to be kind of more colorful, but also not that colorful. Not like what we're seeing, I think. Huh. Where are we at? 100% set. 100% set. Right. Because we're taking from the reference, from the design sheet, which is 100% saturation here. Anyways, what was I gonna do? Oh, right, the eyes. What is this? Oh. Oh, shit. Right, the hair covering the eyes is gonna be a pain in the ass thing to deal with every time now. Oops. Yeah, so in the beginning, actually, we need to change the alignment sequence. Just like the lines, just like the styles, just like everything else. I need to try all the different ideas first. And then figure out which one is better. Which one just feels better, yeah. And from there, we can sort of figure out where we want to go. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be a while. You have to bring up her even older sheets because I have a specific set of colors that I always use for the eyes. I do want to have it on hand. Nope. Where did I put it actually? I have no idea. These would have it, I suppose. Alright, give me 1 second here. Oh, it's a lot darker, huh, in the past. Come on. Her colors are still really sharp. It still feels very sharp. Because of all the contrast going on. That's fine. I want to soften that a little bit. Yes, I cannot do it, huh? Okay, fine. Just do reverse. This is darker than the lines, or what? Just gonna replicate what I used to do first. Yeah, the line seems to be dark. Where'd it go? That's a reference here for the eye rendering that I wanted to try. I left it here somewhere. Oh shit, is it in the other board? It's in the Secret Santa board. Okay. Which I cannot open here. But I don't think it will show up because actually, let me bring this back here. Actually, do I have anything here that I want? Yeah, maybe in the beginning something like this, a little bit stronger colors. Nothing like nothing like this, like, you know, where all the colors are faded or something like that. This is also slightly faded because the hair is very light. No crazy secondary colors in the shadows. This is also fine, slightly. This has slightly darker ambient occlusion and stuff. I don't know if I want that necessarily, because these guys don't have it. They just kind of have like a light and then a shadow. That's it. We don't really necessarily go into ambient occlusion and all that fancy stuff. So I think this is a good initial sort of setup. So maybe this is our style alignment here. And later on we can try fancier colors or colors in a certain direction or shit like this. Crazy good stuff. In the meantime, let's just keep this out. Why did I save it? I shouldn't have saved it. Oh yeah, light source. I never considered that actually. I never considered the eyes as something that is affected by the light. I just think of it always as its own separate entity. And whatever color that I want, I just make it happen, you know. Whatever the color that looks good, just make that happen. No need for logic for the eyes. In general. I'm kind of fixing the shape here, primarily. I do like the darker stuff more. Yeah, the eyebrows can be a little bit more forceful, perhaps, if we want. But yeah, in general, the main setup is as such. And where's my thingy? Oh, here. So what am I looking at? Oh, there's still some interesting colors in there. Kind of yellowish light. Oh, oops. Is this what overlay does? What's the layer? What? Which one's the one I'm looking for? I can't remember. Very blue. Maybe nothing here. The AI piss filter. Okay, so what? So what's my train of thought here? What's the process here? So I'm looking at this and I'm like, what do I like about it? Why do I not like about it? What do I like about it, actually? I don't know. What don't? No opinion. Zero. Okay, I know what I don't like about it. It feels kind of boring. But like, isn't that what I wanted though? With like just like white light, there's like nothing there to make interesting if the lighting is just a single bright white light. Maybe I'm lacking some gradients. Yeah, I'm definitely lacking some gradients, right? I could do some gradients. That's not a problem. It looks very right. Yeah, it looks very boring. But then I do have to add in fancier stuff, right? I have to add in maybe like reflected light, or like I'm seeing some kind of purplish tone here. Maybe I can add some grays into the shadow of the skin here and see how that changes things up. I don't know with what logic I'm adding this. Maybe this is the true shadow and that the other color was just the ambient occlusion. Oh, but the subsurface scattering. Maybe that's what the original was trying to portray. Is that right? Is that a rule? Meow 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 meow. I haven't changed anything. Sorry, what? Nothing's happened. Did I not press OK on the HSL? What did I even change? Oh, it just made it a little bit more vibrant. I see. It's barely noticeable on my tablet. I wonder if it's obvious for you guys, but... Do anything? Yeah, very, very minor amount of changes. Yeah, my tablet's kind of poopy with the colors in. It's barely noticeable. I have to stare at it really hard to see it. Let's add some highlights for the hair. I don't want to make the hair like shiny. I never really like really sharp highlights on the hair. So maybe something like this is a good compromise. Let me bring them up actually. Let me bring them up. Joe07KM. They're like an artist that I quite like. Just a line, huh? In my original, it was not there. But what would have fit here? It would have been, yeah, a line like that would be fine. I think it would be fine. I have to constantly remind myself that it's okay to not have everything good, because it's, you know, you want everything to look the best that it could be. But then the problem here is that it's gonna take time to collect all of these things. We just need something that is kind of comfortable to work with at this point. And hopefully when we try new ideas and new colors, we see different artists do different things differently, and then we can slowly pick stuff up one by one like that. So this is why you shouldn't use the square brush. It's kind of jank when it comes to curved shapes like this. Who knew? Square things don't really make good curves. Yeah, let's make it axes first. We are playing the long game, the long con. Not really a con, but the longer version of that. Just have to start drawing first. Yeah, I don't like it though. No choice. Wait, okay, so so what am I supposed to do here? I think you're supposed to take one thing that you don't like, target it, and then find some way to make it look good for you. Or at least look acceptable. So we just want to be moving up, right? Up the ladder. So in the beginning, like the hair, I didn't know how to render it. The reference actually got a sort of acceptable kind of type of rendering. Right, it's still just one shadow color and a base color here. But at least here we get a bit more variation with the marker brush creating some of the gradients here according to the bigger form, and then the harder edge brush here, which I think was the square. No, it's the hairbrush. It's the one that I make for the hair, which is the same thing as the square brush, except instead of a square for the brush tip, it's a trapezoid. But anyways, this felt okay. So we should at least replicate this, right? This I intend to replicate back to this, with this, and then we can try to make the highlights something. Do something for the highlights. So I saw something that's more regular. It's like a more regular sort of stroke. Yeah, marker for the blend for sure. And I try to break up the shape. I don't really like it now. But I don't know if I don't like it because of the shape or the color. Maybe it's the evenness. It's the evenness of the way that it's being broken up. Maybe I should have tapered off on one side. Maybe this would have been better. I don't think so. Maybe the color is the one I don't like. What if I made this part more broken up and smaller or something? Would this make it feel better to look at? I'm asking myself all these questions to try and get to the bottom of this. I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe the color. Maybe what if it's just like bright, shiny? Actually, I don't know what color would the highlight be. It would depend on the light, right? And also the local color. Actually, highlights are primarily the light source color. Just white then. Very shiny. At least brighter than this. Alright, unless it's pure white, I guess we do need a bit of this. So it has to stay on this side of the curve. The wheel here. Just kind of goes up. Yeah, I don't want shiny. Actually, I do kind of like the matte sort of feel, like to not have it at all. I do like this one. Actually, what about the artist that we're going to talk to, actually? How do they do this? Oh. Mostly not present. Some scribbles there. Is that a signature? It kind of looks like the signature. Yeah, it's just a signature on the hair. Not having it, huh? I didn't want to have one either. But if you don't have it, then I guess the interest must just come from all the other stuff then. There must be more than... Maybe more than like one shade of color. I mean, in the beginning we just keep it to just one to keep it simple. Maybe instead of like actual shapes there to represent it, maybe it would just be a gradient or something. Oh, why does that look so bad? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. It's foreground color. I was changing the secondary color, that's why it doesn't actually affect anything. Very boring though. So maybe I have to darken everything else and maybe instead of making it brighter. Kind of like that, yeah. That's right. Shadow color is green. I don't think... I don't know if there's anything green here. It's probably just gray. Because purple's complement is green. So if you find it green, I think I just made it grayer. For the body. Wait, does the body look green to you? Nothing looks green to me. I hope it's not my tablet problem. Oh my god. Can you imagine if you guys are seeing a different set of colors? Or maybe you guys don't have to imagine because that is the case right now. Shadow colors are green? Okay, I have no idea. Even for the body, it shouldn't look green then, right? But I guess warm colors, kind of, the other side is also green and cyan. Maybe is that what you're feeling? Because there is a little bit of a... There is a little bit of a gray here. This is desaturated shadow color. Slightly grayer. Yeah. Just think the color wheel. If it's like a shadow thing that looks kind of like not as saturated as the color adjacent to it. It looks green, it's probably on the other side of the color wheel, but it's just a little bit desaturated, if you know what I'm saying. So it's next to like warmer reddish colors. It's more desaturated than these reddish colors. And it looks green. It's probably just the same reddish colors, but a little bit desaturated, I think. Did I just... What? Anyway, I don't know if what I said makes sense. I hope it did. Yeah. What a place to find out. Like, because there was that thing, right? The guy drew a character, and then the character's skin was green, and then they posted it, and everyone's like, why did you make her green? She's like, and then the artist is like, what do you mean green? I don't see any green. And then that's when they learned that they were red-green colorblind. And 3 million, 4 million people were there to witness it happen live and be like, what do you mean? Wait. What do you mean it's the opposite? Hang on. I thought we both see gray, right? This is gray. I mean, relative to everything else, this here is gray. This right here. What if it is green? It's okay, man. I can only... It's like the... How do we know all the like the red that I'm talking about is the same red as what you're talking about? I did colorblind test before. I don't think I was colorblind, so I do trust what I see. Trust. I don't know, man, George. I don't know what to tell you. It does, like, some of the shadows do look a little bit green, is the thing. Some of the shadows do look a little bit green. Like, but for me, that only exists in this region here. Because purple, like, it's really strong here. Then this desaturated thingy also slightly shifted to towards the greener side, so it looks green. This side looks slightly, like, how do I say this? I wouldn't call that it looks green, but I can understand why it might look green. In my brain, this is registered as just a desaturated purple. But for the skin, I do not feel that. I do not even feel like it could be registered as green. But also, I guess logically it also makes sense, right? Like, yeah, desaturating to appear cyan or green, being next to orange and red. Yeah, that's probably what the, you know, like in the past there was a meme with the dress, right? The white blue versus something gold. I can't remember. Because I think it's just a matter of what people are like saying. They're all seeing the same thing, but someone is treating like some of the people in their head, they're thinking that, hey, this is in the shadow, so naturally you should convert the colors back into something else, and that's why they think it's one set of the colors, and then other people just see it for what it is. I mean, like, Toska, you can pick out we will have the same numbers, is the thing. It's about the perception of what the color is, right? It's not about what the actual number is. We should have the same numbers. Did I color my lines? Oops. There's like multiple layers here, I think. Because that's like the canvas. The canvas data is hash C988AE. And then there is the layer of tablet. slash screen, how this is being perceived and shining into the eye. And then this is us, right? So there's two problems here. One is how we are perceiving it, and the other one is how the tablet is showing the same color and the screen. So we might either have different screens and therefore have the color appear slightly differently, or it's this level so it's either this side or it's this side. But this is gonna be the same. Yeah, I mean, whether if it's a plugin or not, it's the same thing. Like, you can just take a screenshot too and then put it in. Right, yeah, like it's probably just being next to all these colors, right? I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way. Yeah, color relativity. Like, that's the color theory thing, right? That's what people are trying to teach in color theory. What colors go well together, how you should pick your stuff, and based on the lighting. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying out stuff. I'm wondering if I can set up a C curve on the edge here before it reaches the full shadow sort of side. I'm wondering if it looks good. It is very saturated though, because they're all operating at 100% set. Actually, let me check. What am I looking at for these guys? They're very close to 100% set, actually. This yellow is 84 set. Here is 65, but I guess there's a... I have the vague sort of feeling that because we're all the way at the top of the thing, it's a little bit more intense than I would. Maybe I should deset this a little bit. And then work from here instead. Oh, does it? Yeah. It does make me feel a bit better. Because if it looks like that, then maybe, you know, at least the set of colors I have is a valid set. So even if I don't like it, I don't have to feel so bad that, like, I'm just creating junk. But at the same time, it also doesn't necessarily help because we still don't really know where we want to go. But yeah, I mean, overall, definitely helps me feel better. For what it's worth. I'm pushing the colors around, but I don't really feel for any of them. Don't feel like it's getting better or worse. But this is going to reflect the light. So I guess the problem is that I'm trying to expect... I'm expecting more, even though I've kind of... Like, the way that I've decided to do this, it just doesn't support that, right? Like, because if it's just one light source, no reflected light is going to be calculated, then I guess all the shadows here are going to be somewhat similar. It's just a very minor difference in value. There wouldn't be any change in hue. Yeah, like over here, there's barely any change in hue. That's a little bit. But that's just mostly together with the value changes, right? We're not bringing the blue over here. We're not bringing the pink over here somehow. The shadows are all about the same. That's kind of it then, right? That's kind of just a limitation of what we've chosen to do. Kind of like how this one is just the way it is. It's fine. It just has one shadow and one base. That's it. Post-processing, we have our usual suspects, like things that we try out. Chromatic aberration, textures, noise. Some nonsense with difference layers. That was something I was kind of into before. Yeah, that's kind of about it. Like, try to add some noise with glow dodge. It makes things look very sparkly, very shiny. Sparkle, sparkle. I think this has the difference thing going on at the bottom. It's a very minor amount, I think. I vaguely remember putting it in, but I also don't see it right now. I don't know what the difference is. Like, this was so good. Like, there's a good amount of color transition from this... What is this? Yellowish, orangey sort of tone over to something bluer. It's like a very good gradient going on. Should I be more aggressive with the changes? But wouldn't it give the wrong impression of what the hair color is going to be? So the only way to do it then would be the C-curve into this side. Is it less intense here? Oops. And then this, right, move over. That'll be the usual setup then, right? Then yeah, that is what we have then, right? That is it. That's nothing else to do. I mean, yeah, other than render out the shapes, but like colors wise, that is it, isn't it? That is what we're asking for. Yeah, this is the really annoying thing. Like, cause logically it makes a lot of sense. Visually, I want something more. But in order to get that something more, I don't logically know what is it that I want. I don't know why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling it. And it's kind of like you draw the sketch, it looks good. No. That is a different problem. So you draw a sketch, it looks good. Today you come back tomorrow, it looks bad. That's one thing. The other thing is you draw a sketch, but you get to a point where it just looks bad to you, but you don't know why. I think that's kind of that equivalent right now, but with colors. That's kind of what's happening. And for lines, what was the case here? For lines, likely it's because of some kind of technical issue. Maybe maybe I didn't get the anatomy right. Maybe the proportion of the face is all wonky. So does that mean that there's something like some kind of objective rule, I guess, on the color side as well, that I'm violating, that I'm breaking, and therefore it doesn't look good? But colors are a lot more, I feel like it's a lot more subjective. Currently, I don't feel like we're violating anything too crazy though. There is also that, like, I do like my sketches more. Um, you know, like, I think in the past I said that, like, as a beginner, it's kind of hard to, you look at something that you've drawn, it looks bad, but you don't necessarily know why, because you cannot see all the individual parts of it, right? You don't know if it's perspective, if the anatomy, the proportions, or stuff, and so on and so forth, like that. And it's kind of happening right now. It's just, I'm just not satisfied with it, but I don't know why. What do I want out of it? I don't know. This doesn't look that bad. I mean, for what I've chosen to do, right? One light source. This is the logical conclusion. Too gray? So like the colors are not saturated enough in some parts. Yeah, the clip makes sense. Actually, I'm not sure if I really like the clip being like that necessarily. Gray, yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's gray, as in like it's not enough color there. Oh, actually, I pulled it off of my tablet, and the purple and the pink, right? So the hair and the jacket gets a lot more saturated if I show on my other monitor. Uh, yeah. Actually, on the other monitor, it looks fine now all of a sudden. Well, it looks okay. It doesn't feel like, so maybe what I'm feeling is it really is maybe a little bit too gray. But in actuality, it's not. It's just my tablet or something stupid like that. Um. So what do I want to do here though is the thing. I feel kind of stuck because I don't know where I want to bring this, and therefore I don't know what I want to change about it. I think. Yeah, I could do that. I just like, how do I say this? I don't need to do that. If I am okay with the colors, I'm okay with the colors. I can just set that flag in my head, and I'll just proceed with the rendering. Because in this current situation, it's still simple enough that it's not really a problem. I can just uh push the colors around because it's just that one color, right? If we're doing painting, then there's a bunch of colors, then I do probably have to consider changing a tablet, if I'm being honest. Or like you said, use the other screen. But I also don't know if the other monitor is technically correct either. Is the best way, is the best thing to reference. This monitor is from 2008. I looked it up. So it probably also has pretty wonky colors, also with the setting and stuff like that. But anyways, so what do I want to do here is the thing. Do I want to just go with this? Do I want to try a different set of colors? Because this kind of looks okay now all of a sudden. Wait, hang on a second. Wait, what do you mean it exists? How does that exist? I thought I just renamed it. Oh, weird. It didn't update the thingy, huh? I just want to bring this in. I want to take a look at on the pure ref here. Yeah, it looks fine on the PRF. Actually, the colors on the PRF look quite a bit darker than I expected. Like the skin specifically looks a lot darker yellow than I intended for it to be. Did I change the color off of the reference sheet? Actually, where's my reference sheet? I guess it is... No, it is a bit darker than the ref, I think. No, it's not. Wait, what? Why do I perceive it so differently? Am I crazy? Holy. I mean, like, oh my god, these color issues. I don't know if it's my tablet that's the problem then. Things are not synced up, that's for sure. You're right, yeah. It's probably another relative nonsense happening. The perception is getting skewed by the... what's happening here. Oh. Okay, since I do have a copy of the colors in here, and the PRF board, I can just change this, what we have now, and try something else, I think. What if I just drop all the colors down a little bit, saturation? Let's just pick something that's somewhere in here instead. Check it as well. Okay, yeah, I just want to get away from the top part of this triangle, the color triangle. And see if that would change my decision making a little bit more. To bring the values a little bit closer. Let me see what changes here. Oh, whoops. Come on. What changed? I cannot even see the change. I guess that's fine. Okay, yeah. That does mean that okay, have a good night there, George. I think I might have to get a new tablet after all, because if the colors are gonna screw me over every time, that's not gonna be like okay. Never mind it screwing me over. I literally cannot see any changes. If I just change the hue a little bit, I can't see it that well. If I zoom in, I can, but if not, I can't see it. Is it even a color thing? Is it even a tablet thing though? Maybe it's just meant to change that little. But right, let me change the line colors too. What is this? Right. Oh, I closed the other board, didn't I? I did. Oh, another way I could try is I lock the, like, for example, the skin colors to the ref, and then see how I would try to match the other stuff. That could be another way to try something new. But let's see this real quick. Yeah, it's very dull. Maybe up the set. Up this. It's basically the same thing. No, we keep this. Oh, this kind of works. Let's hold on to this. My god. What about this? I just want to lower the value contrast and see if I can get something different here. Oh, actually, let me check. 32. Okay. But it's not quite that level of perception though, right? It's not quite the same thing. I'm wondering if it's for example, the references, is it more saturated in the light areas or the shadow areas? And it does appear like it is the light areas, but I guess that's what we do have previously too, isn't it? Light areas, shadow, yeah. I guess the shadows were more saturated than they are now. Or maybe it's just the jacket color that's changing everything. The green would be very jarring. But if I deset, some difference. Let's keep this constant. Blue, right? Deset, gray. I just kind of made everything bluer manually. It feels like. DW. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, right? As long as that's what I want, right? What is it that I want, guys? I haven't... a more natural ambient occlusion to make it more seamless, with the opposite contrasting stronger shading to make it pop off. Hello, Silver. Yeah, actually that's a good point. You know what, the virus, that comment actually gives me some idea of maybe how to go forwards. So the focus should be figuring out what do all these colors make me feel then, right? To maybe verbalize it, not just look at the art and be like, yeah, this feels nice, but like be more clear about why does it feel nice, right? So then the values and the colors that people choose in their pictures and stuff, illustrations and stuff, become a little bit clearer as to why it's being done that way. Because yeah, at the end of the day, the character has these colors, and depending on what we want to achieve, we can make the contrast higher, lower, right? Whether if it's between the light parts or the shadow parts, or even between the base colors themselves, right? The skin color and the hair. The hair could be lightened relative to the skin again, just to bring things together or something like that. So I just need to verbalize the impact of the colors. Actually, yeah, let me bring this onto... closer. Let me bring this into the PRF just for a more even comparison for myself, because I cannot tell. Isn't the skin color like the same? It's just a little bit brighter, but the contrast remained the same. I guess in order to make it match, this should have been a little bit more faded, I guess. Let me see what the difference is. Oh, whoops, what did I just click? Can I just reset the zoom? So I don't have to change the zoom every time. Image selection, reset? Reset transform, reset crop, reset transform. Okay. I guess this is a little bit too small, but... Yeah, actually that means all of most of the colors that I adjusted for before, like, you know, before I started streaming, probably isn't that... Choosing over the more saturated version, adjusting repeatedly. Yeah, I have noticed that before I would try different versions and I would just get more and more and more saturated for myself. And end up just being having something that's actually like a deep fried meme. I don't know. They all kind of work, I suppose. They just work differently, right? And as long as I don't know what is it that I want, there's not much that anyone can do to help me either. How should I approach this issue then, right? But given the fact that we don't have any environment, we're not trying to do necessarily anything too fancy with the lighting and stuff, then all of these are equally as valid. There's no need to worry necessarily too much about which one is better than the other. They are just equally as valid. Oh, well, I mean, okay. This one here, I did make the jacket's shadow a little bit, like quite a bit different, right? In terms of the math, it shifted a lot. It did not maintain almost any of the original sort of reddish pinkish hue. These ones are a little bit more balanced in the way that the shadows are being shifted. Just looking at all of these, I feel like the last one I like a little bit more. Okay, yeah, here we go, right? I'm gonna start to try and make things a little bit lighter, but a little bit more saturated. I want to see how that feels. Maybe not the jacket. Wait, hang on. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. How about just the hair being a little bit... Oh. Kind of did it for everything. That's also the interesting thing about the fact that we never touch the eyes. So like we kind of basically the eyes as we like I guess make things brighter. Am I making these brighter? I feel I didn't. Wait, didn't I change the skin color? God damn, bro. Thought I upped the set. Anyways, the eyes are popping out more and more is what I'm saying, because everything tends to be... Yo, hello? It looks the same. No, okay, it's not the same. It looks very close though, it feels like. Oh, actually, wait, yeah, okay, so wait, hang on, let me write this down. Because I'm clearly very lost, and lost means I have no idea what is it that I want to portray, right? If we know what we want to portray, and then we know how different colors help to portray different ideas, then I have a very clear direction on how to choose colors at this point in time. And I think that's probably what we're getting stuck on, just not having this train of thought at all. The thing was just drawn because it was just drawn. Like there was no. So again, it's like question 2, right? Why draw this piece, right? And then in this case here, it's just a character illustration. For us, it was more of a sort of design sheet, sort of explore character personality, like a snapshot of what they're when they're doing something. So I guess if we want to portray, like, so what is colors then, right? So colors changes the mood, or rather sets the mood. So if we talk about it, then does the thing that we're trying to show them doing, is there a mood that we want to associate with it? So is there a mood then? Because if there is, then we figure out how colors affect the mood, combined with the mood that we want, then we get our correct, so-called correct answer, right? Correct colors. A correct set of colors, rather. So is there a mood? I mean, it could be anything we want too, still, because she's just tying up her hair. It's not like there's any other storytelling elements here at all. Like, why is she tying up her hair? Like, if she's just, we're just trying to get her to start working on something, supposedly. Yeah, I feel like this is the only way I can work it out, because I've been stuck on this for so long, right? We've been stuck. This isn't just like the mood is etchy. Okay, that is also okay. Okay, how about this? Let's let's continue on our journey here. Oops. So let's explore the different options, right? So option number 1. No mood. Sorry, let me make this a bit smaller here. I can draw this a little bit better. So there's no mood because why? Because this is just a character design sheet. So chart design sheet. No mood. Neutral colors. Neutral / original colors. Who cares? Yeah. My tablet keeps flashing black and white here, so I'm sure some of these words are written without me being able to see it. So that's option number 1. Option number 2, lewd, right? Clearly she's not wearing clothes. Also, as the virus has pointed out, we have the underside of the tail here that is exposed, and technically, if we go with our, you know, double setup that we've been talking about, this actually is explicit, but let's ignore that for now. Let's say that is not a thing. So what does lewd mood mean then, right? So what do we want to emphasize here? Yeah, well, this was originally meant to be one of the sketches that is supposed to go into like this series of 8 or 9 different panels that is supposed to then, you know, form her final set of sheets, because it will go through not just the base design, but how some of the parts are connected, how they're working, what are the functions, what are the upsides and downsides, and so on and so forth, combined with some storytelling in terms of the personality, how they would behave in certain situations, to fully illustrate what this character is like. Although now that I'm looking at it, it seems like it's a little bit insane. Yeah, it's a super paid commission to myself to the entire project because working if I can get her done well as a like all the aspects like of the process was brought to its logical and my personal limits, then it means that whatever that I do afterwards is built on top of that experience, right? So if I push myself to the limit, I will I can build on top of that, and then the next time I try something, it will hopefully be even better. So that's why I kind of want to push it because it's the first time we're doing it anyways, just to see what's up. I don't have a hard limit on the timeline, but at some point we might have to. But as long as we're working on colors, you know, like what we're doing now, this is actually really, really good because I am forcing myself to go through this process of being more conscious with my choices. It's the same as using like references and stuff because before it's just copying shapes. There's no conscious learning. There's no conscious noticing of patterns. And now that we're trying to fix this, figure this out for how to choose colors, basically, how to choose lighting. So really, it's just a how to choose lighting, right? This set of colors is a lighting problem because base colors are kind of set with the design. So now that we know that it's a lighting problem, if we view it from this angle, then the reason why it is base and neutral colors is not because that it's just a character sheet. It's because we want to show things in the neutral color light. So 1 to be neutral is kind of what this is. For the purpose of focusing on the design, right? This way, the design is presented in its most neutral form, and the colors do not interfere with that. People can see the design for what it is. That, I think, is the reason why this is. So, really, it's a lighting problem. So, if we're talking about loot over here, what lighting will bring this out, right? There's always a sort of like red light district kind of nightclub, neon lights kind of mood. Can I get more Genshin music box stuff? That's the main theme for an entire hour. Actually, I find it kind of crazy. This is a very big tangent, but like the VTubers who stream, like some of the Japanese VTubers, for example, they have like the same 1 minute song that is on loop for the entire hour and a half that they're talking. Right? Granted, is only like an hour and a half, and then we're doing like 3 hours, 4 hours. But it's still kind of insane that they're listening to the same thing over and over every time they stream, man. Like every day. Anyways, the big tangent here. So I'm getting a little bit shaky because today my stomach has been really acting out like crazy and I couldn't really eat a lot, and now it's kind of just I'm just insanely hungry right now. I think the last time I felt this hungry, I ordered like an entire pizza and I ate the entire pizza, when usually I would just eat like maybe like a quarter or a third, like 2 or 3 slices. I ate like 8 slices or some shit. It was insane. Shit, I kind of want to eat pizza right now again. What time is it? It's like 1 a.m, dude. What the hell? Anyways, my hands are actually kind of shaking. Neon lighting. If it's just cute, then it would just be like pastel kind of whatever lighting this is. I don't know what lighting this is. But as long as so how do I say this? I guess the root problem is, oh, I see what the problem is. These are 2 separate things. Wait, hang on. These are 2 separate things. You can have harsh lighting, but you can still change the set of colors. So how do I put this? Even if you claim the lighting is like neutral and stuff, you can still have a different set of colors. You can see me shaking, by the way. Do you see this right now? This isn't me doing this on purpose. Do you guys see this? Oh my god, it's kind of insane. If I have to go, you have to go cook and stuff. So it's a whole process. Yeah. Oh my god, that was I'm still very shaky right now. Like, okay, there's this thought in my head right now, that if the lighting is neutral, it doesn't mean that the colors has to be white and stuff. Like, how do we account for the fact that, like, let's say we put on like this blue overlay and everything is just bluer than usual? Are we saying that the lighting is blue? Because the lighting could still be white, but everything is just blue shifted afterwards. So I don't know. Like I feel like that's a difference between the two. But anyways, I'm, I'm always dying. Oh my god, I'm always dying. I have to be honest. I think the series of streams are really pushing me to my physical limits. It's yeah. So even if it's depending on the environment, right? Let's say it's outdoors. Like the outdoor scene, right? Like the one, let's say the Urara one. What if this, but we just choose to have like a bluer set of colors, you know? So like part of it is environment, part of it is lighting, but part of it is also your choices for the colors. I mean, it looks really odd. I mean, if it looks odd, then I don't know if this argument is necessarily valid. But what if it's just a little bit bluer, right, than what it is now? Anyways, I think we're onto something. That there is a very logical way, I think, to make that decision here. That is for sure. The only problem now is which one do I want? That's number one. And then number two, like having a good set of control on the colors to know that, hey, these set of colors, this kind of lighting is going to drive this kind of mood for the purpose that you have chosen. I think that is probably the logical process of going about this. Okay. So objective-wise, we can just do this as a character design sheet, so no mood. Or it can be trying to emphasize on the lewdness of the situation. Then maybe it would be more emphasis on the on having a cuter color palette, more colorful perhaps. Neon lighting is a bit insane, maybe? I don't know. But what else is there? There's something else I wanted to write here. Oh, right. Focus on the warmness of the skin, maybe? The warmth, sorry. Warmness. Might have to think about the jacket's color. The original sketch that I did, it was just a line art, right? It was just a set of lines. Yeah, it didn't even have the other colors. Yeah, it didn't have the other colors. So, it was probably not the not the best choice, shall I say. Not necessarily done that well. I don't believe for a second that artists do not draw lewds. I do not believe for a second. I know for that fact that I how do I say this? I strongly believe that every artist out there draws lewds. Maybe except for like 1%. I don't know. Like maybe they're asexual. They're just not interested in explicit stuff. But like for the most part, I don't buy it. Also, like I do believe like in the past I heard about how Disney has like a whole sort of repository of lewds that the artists have drawn of the Disney characters. There was like a rule or something, like if they draw on company time or something and it's going to be Disney property, so as a form of protest, they started drawing a lot of explicit content because it would technically be Disney property and has to be kept on Disney servers and stuff, something like that. I remember that's like this whole story. I don't know if it's that accurate, but anyways, there's a sidetrack. Okay, is there any other purpose for why we want to draw this? Let me think. For design purposes, which is the original idea. She's just nude because I haven't given her anything to wear on the inside. It's not because we wanted to draw her necessarily nude. In this specific case. In this specific case, right? I'm not trying to be like, yeah, I'm not gonna draw loose. I'm just saying in this specific case. But as long as she is like this, I guess we are also... There's this angle... What else can we do here? That's kind of it, right? Oh, so now I'm thinking of a new thing. So I guess, why does anyone draw anything at all? Right. So what is the range of the questions, the answers to this question? Why draw this piece? You have show design, which is our first option. Storytelling. Well, what's the difference then between storytelling and loots? Let's say there's storytelling and loots. Are these two different? What is the difference here? It's the focal point that's different, right? Storytelling might want to put the focal point on some, maybe even the environment. Whereas loots would just put it purely squarely on the character, or maybe on certain parts of the character, right? Okay, I cannot draw it this close because it's on the same line layer here. I'm gonna screw myself over again. At least I have the clarity of mind to do this, but to be aware that this might be a problem. Oops. So I feel like we're kind of going around loops because a lot of these concepts are very connected, right? Why draw this piece essentially is talking about what the focus of the piece is. Oh, actually there's two parts to this question now that I realize. Because originally when I was asking this question, it is talking about the objective of drawing it in terms of learning, I think. No, actually it's also not. But then there's two halves to it. So it's like take away for self. And then number two is illustrations idea. Portrait idea. This second half is the focus thing. But then that's the other part, which is the, if you draw it, you get some experience of it, out of it. So this is more of like a for study thing, right? For studies. You're asking yourself, why are you doing this study? And then there's some part that you want to focus, and that's the part that you want to take away. So why draw this piece when the piece is a study? Because you want to learn a specific part. And then the other half is, why draw this piece? Because you want to portray original idea, some kind of idea. And with the idea, you're talking about what the focal of the thing is. What's the focus? And then from the focus, you can then sort of decide on maybe the lighting and the setup and the composition, right? So this changed not just into the lighting and stuff, right? Because that also kind of changed into... So this kind of goes up here and then back down. Like, I mean, like just in terms of what we have here. Into this concept of what lighting. So this, and then into what lighting. Right, lighting problem, what lighting, and then also to a broader concept of composition then. Whereas this for studies is just very technical. So we're going through the second chain here. So the idea was just to showcase her tying up her hair. So the focus is on the character. I don't feel like we necessarily get any like satisfying answer out of this. It's mostly just the fact that we are actually pushing through this this like understanding the process behind the decision making. That is really the main thing that we're learning out of this experience. But I don't think the piece itself we're gonna necessarily find anything too satisfying. It's still just pretty arbitrary. We can still just kind of make random decisions here, like in terms of, hey, we wanna, I guess, have some cute colors, maybe a pastel set of colors. So less contrast, less value differences. Just cuter and brighter and colorful colors. So this one of Rhea is actually interesting because there's a lot of different sort of hues happening. like the brown hair has like a pretty I believe I purposefully shifted it into purple. It's not just a desaturated version of the brown that looks a little bit more actually yeah, that would have made it look green instead, right? Because we were just having that whole discussion. This one looks purple here because it was actively pushed into the purple. Then the same thing for the clothing here. The blue and then push it into further pink and reddish, like towards the direction. So as a result, there's a lot of shade of different colors here, which makes it look more colorful. Currently, what we have here is still just the individual parts are staying in their own sort of, I guess, family of colors, right? Purple hair is still purple shadow. So maybe we can try, I don't know, pushing this a little bit somewhere else. Yeah, like this, right? A little bit bluer. And then like the jacket itself, maybe we can shift it into something blue, but it's kind of clashy. The other side is also kind of shit. Maybe just a little bit more purple then. Yeah, nothing too. The colors don't really work that well, maybe. But was this one good? This one was good because the brown and the blue are fundamentally very far apart, whereas the red and purple here are pretty close already. So it makes it easy to clash. What if I deset the thing though? But then it kind of goes against. But then that also is kind of decent. Oh, sorry, Toad Square, your final message just loaded for some reason. The one that is, I don't know her that well enough. Man, YouTube is still kind of poopy with the whole, the chat thing. Maybe you keep this. We don't touch this. The white stuff. The white stuff. Why is it soft? Okay. Make it even more saturated, but a little bit lighter. And then DW needs to mimic. Don't worry about the layer names, by the way. D is like dark in this case. DW is dark white. Just means the white on the dark. Oh, what about the dark itself, actually? What about this? Um... I don't know, man. But we are kind of... Sorry, what am I trying to do here again? I should probably get food. I don't even know what this looks like until I move it onto the PRF. So we can have a closer comparison. So I think what I wanted to do was try to play around with the colors more. Skin color, oh, I guess the real one was really pushed into the red. Actually, let me just pick it. Let me just join the colors over here real quick. Because that's probably the best. The skin colors don't tend to change across characters that much anyways. So it would have been something like this. Closer to my first version again. We're just going around circles. Man. It's slightly more colorful because I pushed the hair into blue. Oh yeah, sorry, I can't move it onto the tablet because the colors would then start changing. So you guys would just have to see this smaller version here. Okay. Actually, now that I've been sitting here for a bit and my shaking has stopped, I'm looking at this and I think the logical answers to the questions that I had was because I did meant for this to be a loop piece, and I think I should stand behind that. So it's meant to be a design thing, so we can stick to the whole idea of no mood because we just want to show the design. But that being said, I guess we can still choose whatever that we want here. Sorry, I was going somewhere with this. Right. Sorry. So what I was feeling was that I'm looking at a bunch of like these series of colors here, right? And I think this is slightly more neutral, more normal in the sense that you just have the base color, a slightly darker version of the base color. It's a little bit more anime-ish, a bit more cartoonish, like sort of. Well, actually, I don't know why I'm saying that because all of them are the same in that regard. But and then you have the slightly more colorful one, trying to really push out the colors and add more hues in there somehow. Well, in an attempt to kind of mimic what's happening here, because I really kind of like how colorful this got, and it doesn't clash in my eyes at least. It doesn't necessarily clash. It kind of fits together and works. Then there's this where the shadows are kind of weird in a sense. Like the shadows are aggressively desaturated, right? Like the jacket is aggressively desaturated. That only the parts in the light actually sees any form of red and pink. Or actually, I don't know what to call this color. Maroon? Magenta? Magenta is kind of purple, right? But anyways. And across all of these guys, this was the first one for a reason, was because this was kind of the, in a sense, maybe the most sort of natural way that I would have colored, I think. I think that's why this kind of just came out first, right? Because I was just painting without really thinking. And it just happened. So maybe this is the most sort of my kind of adjustment, like color palette, maybe. So if, say for example, my goal right now is to just show design and just do something neutral, like not having any form of so quote unquote weird colors. Maybe this, you know, set of colors is my not weird colors, even though it's kind of weird. I think objectively it's a little bit odd that the jacket is desaturated to nothing in the shadows, but it kind of has its own appeal to me. But yeah, either way, I think this is like a sit on it and then think about it kind of situation for sure. Ooh, but what does this mean going forwards then? Wouldn't I have the same problem every single time? I could just choose one and go with it. I guess, yeah, it's what we said before, right? Choose one and go with it. Because it's not just simply the colors, it's also the rendering that we have to practice. So in this case, we should just choose one. So maybe tomorrow I come back, whichever one that looks the most pleasant or like the most sort of one that I want to go ahead with. We'll just take that. We'll just put in some shapes, do some render, play around with some textures, so on and so forth. We practice the other half of the stuff that I want to practice, and then we move on, right? I think that would be the best way to approach this. Some things are just gonna take time, even though we did kind of figure out the logic behind the scenes. I still cannot make the decision. It's still gonna take time. Then, this is probably the best way to go about it. Then, right. I think that's the most logical way to approach this situation here. So, let me So give me a second here. I want to probably hop off and get some food, but I do want to double check because there are a few pieces of documents, I guess a few of these things, right? That basically is the culmination of everything that I've learned this year in the past, I don't know, 5. How many hours of streams do we have? 244 times average of 3. 732. Actually, 3 is the minimum number of hours. Let's say we do times 4, right? So we're close to 1,000 hours this year now. This year alone, actually. Just the series of streams. So 1,000 hours of just grinding, doing random nonsense, trying to figure my way out. These few pieces of document is basically the culmination of everything that I have learned. And I kind of want to just compile everything in as much as possible, so that there is something to present. For example, if we ever want to make a video that's like, I spent 1,000 hours on art this year, this is what I learned, that kind of nonsense. So where does it fit is what I'm trying to figure out. So the thing that we figure out today is that so throughout there was the whole idea of the 2 questions, right? The 2 questions of question number 1 is why you're embarking on this journey, because if it's not a good enough answer for yourself, it doesn't have to be an objectively good answer, right? I want to draw loots and that's all I want to do. That is a very valid thing if it's motivating. What did I do last year? Oh, procrastination. I am a master of procrastination. The amount of hours I spent on art this year alone trumps every other year that I've been alive. So that is basically kind of it. So what did I do? I basically played a bunch of games. Actually, I can't really remember. Maybe a lot of gooning. Actually, yeah, like if you I don't think I can talk about this on stream necessarily because it's a little bit more explicit, but I feel like a lot of people I meet in VR chat have similar issues and they have similar sort of coping mechanisms, and a big part of it is sexual relief, right? And there's good stuff, there's bad stuff. This is why this character here is so interesting, because she kind of embodies a lot of these things that I've seen as well. Because for her, the lore is the same thing, right? There was a lot of abuse, there's a lot of trauma, there's a lot of bad stuff. And because of her, well, in this case, her anatomy, her build, in the first place, she's a little bit more hypersexual. So the whole idea is that the character herself uses sexual relief as a way to sort of cope with a lot of these issues. That's why there is this whole sort of narrative going on. And then there's a trade-off, right? Like, do you want to be like completely broken and like just out of it, unable to function as a human? She's not really that human, but like unable to function as a human being. Or do you want to have this like issue with gooning, but then you're still at least able to keep yourself alive and do the things that you need to do? And then how do you then transit from this, like the really bad state before, to this slightly better state now with the gooning, to then becoming a more normal functioning human being? This transition is the story that I want to tell, at least with this character, because it is very real. I think I've seen so many cases of this. I have personal experience in this, so it's a very kind of personal, but also very just in general a very real story, and I think it's very interesting. But it's a very tricky thing to do as well, because of the nature of the story, because of the themes that it's touching on, and also you have to, as you know, like you have to balance a lot of things together. So I don't really know how I want to tell how this story can be told down the line, but that is the story of this character. Yeah, because it's interesting, it's very real. There will probably be also other characters there's gonna be a lot of characters actually that deals with self-harm and suicide, because I think, like, at least personally, I have lost 2 friends to it for different reasons. And the interesting thing is, I don't know if it's nice word to use interesting, but you don't ever see it coming. You do not ever see it coming. There are people that you talk to maybe on a daily basis, maybe every once in a while, right? I have to admit I'm not necessarily that close to the two of them, but there was no signs at all. And it's sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this. It's just that at least for one of them, I felt like I could have done something. I like, how do I say this? If there was one person who could have done something, it would have been me. I mean, excluding their parents, of course. Like, excluding their parents. A lot of these cases, the parents themselves are part of the issue. Extra stress, not having good communication. I've seen this so many times, over and over. Parents, they're really strict. They set up so many rules that they distance the kids from themselves to the point where they just have no communication at all. That's zero. So the parents themselves are like a huge issue in a lot of these cases. And then excluding them, I was probably in the best position to do it. It's a very complicated situation, right? We're not necessarily that close, but I'm also the primary sort of liaison to them in a lot of these interactions that they were not necessarily fond of, shall we say. That the thing that drove them to that limit. Yeah, they're like, people are really good at burying stuff, and I guess I did bury stuff myself too, right? My own coping mechanisms. I was talking about it before. Like, none of my friends knew either. I think. Like, now that I think about it, yeah, like they never, they always, like, sometimes I talk to them about the stuff that I felt back then. They were like, oh, yeah, I never noticed that. I was like, oh, okay. Me. Is that something specific? Let me look that up real quick. Is that a song? Oh, is it a? Oh, okay. Oh. I've seen this before. Indeed. Anti-addiction precautionary tale. It shows the cycle of getting trapped in it, I guess is what you're saying. Trapped in it. Finding the will to break through only to fall back into the cycle again. Yeah, some of these issues are really hard to touch on because, like, especially, like, you know, not advertiser friendly, right? But it's more real and it's more worthwhile. I think it's more meaningful. I say as I'm creating this character for gooning art, but I'm just trying to set up the two things that I keep talking about here, to formalize and have a space for all these thoughts to be in the same place. But yeah, so major takeaway of this year, you need a very good reason to do art, or any creative pursuit for that matter, because it guides you, it gives you a reason, it gives you a purpose, and it keeps you going. And it doesn't have to be an objectively good reason. You just have to be subjectively good reason, right? If you want to draw goon arts, perfectly fine reason to embark on a journey. It will keep you going, and you ensure that you have a direction, and you have the motivation to practice and get better. So that's that. And then the second one is why are you drawing this piece? Oh my god, why this piece? Right now. Yeah. I wonder, yeah, like, cause in our parents' generation, and also the ones that's before, the society and the whole sort of general nature of being alive, right? Of living on this earth is a lot tougher, right? You have a lot less technology to help you make your life easier, right? Doing the laundry would have taken you hours. You have to sit there and like freaking use the stupid board, right? And stuff like that. And environments like that, they probably don't have a lot of ways to address a lot of these issues. And everyone would have found different ways of coping with it, and then they would have treated that as normal. So coming into our generation here, as things change rapidly with technology, there is just a disconnect between what the parents have experienced themselves, and then the parents using the same sort of strategy on their own kids, and then the kids just I don't know, like maybe I don't have the entire picture either, but that disconnect there I think is causing maybe a lot of the grief that I've kind of seen. But yeah, communication, man. Having someone that you can trust completely, and then just opening up about every single thing that you're thinking, kind of like what I'm doing with art right now with you guys, right? But then with more personal issues. Otherwise, I've been seeing a lot of interesting ways of people who have bottled that up, and then the way that's kind of expressed out again, because it's not necessarily done in the best way, but then it is a way of coping for them. Where's my one? Oh yes, takeaway for stuff. So for studies, and then illustrations, and then the idea, right? So, shit. I can no longer form coherent sentences. What I want to learn. Not sure what you want to learn, but anyways. And then for personal pieces, what idea to portray? So the one target is basically saying and then we have 2 here. Ideas affect. What was the problem specific that we're facing it? Oh yeah, colors, and this is mood, right? Was it called line of action or line of sight? I can't remember. The one where your eyes kind of flow around the canvas. I forgot what's that called. Probably also line of action, maybe. Oh, sorry, there's one more step here. Rather not effects focus, so determines focal, and then therefore affects the composition. So affects focal or lack thereof, I suppose. Although strictly speaking, I guess even if there's a lack of focus, for example, like say a design sheet, I guess the focus is just on the design, not necessarily on the specific part, but rather on the overall thing. Maybe, anyways. This is just a formalization of the thoughts on paper, so that I can have a record of it. And then Q2 execution is when you have the idea. This is the process that you're supposed to go. Well, technically, I mean, this was created before I was a little bit clearer on the whole idea to, but it's the same thing, right? I guess I have it here still. Anyways, we just haven't really gone through this process enough times with personal original ideas. So far it's either just been studies or something that's too generic, where the focus is already decided by the thing. Like, for example, if you're just drawing like a photo study, I guess that counts as a study. But if you're changing the characters and stuff, the focus is still on the character and everything's already decided to some extent. And I guess we're doing sketches, so color and render really doesn't play too much of a part yet. And then as for all the other so-called quote-unquote original stuff that I've done before in my life, it's mostly I'm not aware of the fact that I'm kind of answering these questions, even though I kind of am. Because I just kind of got inspired and really saw the final image, where all of these questions were already answered to some extent. So even though they came out okay, I wasn't in control of the entire process, and as a result, you know, if they came out good, that's great. Even if they came out, if they came out bad, I cannot make it better. If they came out good, that's fine, that's great, but I didn't learn anything from it. It's really hard to replicate that success, essentially. So now that this process is slightly more formalized, I'm hoping that it's going to be, I'm going to be in a little bit more control. At least we can practice this this pathway in my brain. And then at some point I can return to this and verify if this sort of workflow that we have here that I've originally came up with actually makes sense, because we haven't really done it yet. Story design, I think this one didn't really update anything. Style, the concept of what styles are, and then also how to develop the style and so on and so forth. These are all kind of like intertwining, overlapping concepts, but also adjacent concepts because of the similarities, but they're still somewhat distinct. But anyways, right, so about this one, I will just wait till tomorrow, pick one, render some simple shapes. We'll still just go with the very simple idea of one light source, and then I will see what we want to do afterwards. I might want to do a study. Oh wait, sorry, 1 second here, let me see. The current objective is to push the limits of rendering, as well as color understanding. But color is currently, we come out with this new framework, and we can work on that through the framework, right? By identifying the focus, and then figuring that out. The rendering itself, however, can only be pushed if we are using very good references. So yeah, this reference requirement is super important. Anything that we do going forwards, I need to make sure that we have a very good set of references, so that we can enable ourselves to try to push the limits here. If not, otherwise I'm just going around in circles again. So color equals Q2, render equals ref requirement. This is basically our new roadmap, essentially. We will repeat this until we are good, right? And then the way it looks like would, so what we're expecting here is that the colors will probably slowly become cohesive with the idea, I think. And then as for render, we will be able to define the forms better and have more lighting. So more lighting, and then more detailed forms, I think. That's probably kind of the progression here. Single light source. I mean, they're kind of like, again, there's some overlapping stuff. Because having more forms and more details means more colors and stuff. It's a bit of a nonsense there. So I don't quite see the process just yet, but I think this is good enough currently in terms of planning, in terms of mapping shit out. This is a clear enough idea that we can work on, and then with more experience, then we can figure out where to do go from there. Anyways, I set out today in an attempt to kind of render this piece and finalize and finish it. I kind of end up doing more theory crafting and model making again. But at this point, I can only imagine that's why you guys are here. So come back tomorrow for more. Well, probably not tomorrow, but anyways, I should go get some food now. Yes, Toast Gray. I'm glad. I'm glad that you guys are here. So that I'm not crazy. so that my friends don't think I'm crazy. I'm just this crazy person that streams by myself every weekday for like 3 or 4 hours, just talking to myself about how to draw and the theory and the process behind it without actually drawing too much. Every time. And this has been going on for like 2 weeks now. But it's great. It's actually perfect for end of year here. We are consolidating all the things we've learned into very concise pieces of information. And then yeah. Yes, have a good night, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for coming. Good night. See you guys tomorrow.